Welcome to the ITF World Tennis Tour W100. It's semi-finals day at the Shrewsbury Club and we are now ready to get the first match underway. Please welcome first onto court, 8th seed Markéta Vondrousova from the Czech Republic. And now, our top seed from the Ukraine, Angelina Kalinina.
The biggest of welcomes to singles semi-finals day at the W100 Shrewsbury at the Shrewsbury Club. Abigail Johnson back with you for this penultimate day of action at the biggest indoor women's tennis event in the UK since 1995. There's your lineup. And first onto court, the top seed, Angelina Kalinina, ranked inside the world's top 50, taking on last year's Olympic silver medalist Markéta Vondrousova. Confirmation of today's order of play, it'll be Anna Konjuh, former world number 20, taking on 20-year-old Eva Lees in the second match of the day and the second of the doubles semi-finals to follow. Both the singles and doubles finals will be taking place tomorrow. Here is Miss Kalinina, the 25-year-old from Ukraine, current world number 49, career high 34, achieved in June this season. It's been a steady few years of progression for Kalinina. She racked up the 5 titles last season on the ITF circuit, including her first at W100 level. But despite some deep runs this season, she is yet to win a trophy, so a couple of steps away from her first title of the season. And today, up against Markéta Vondrousova, she's actually in her first semi-final of the year. Multiple quarterfinals, but this is the first time she's made it into the last 4. So new territory in 2022. And 3 wins behind her over Elsa Giacomo of France in straight sets, but more hard-fought matches against Brits Freya Christie and Elise Maloney. Speaking of hard-fought, here's a woman that knows all about that. She's come through so many trials off the court, Markéta Vondrousova, with the injuries so early in her career that have stuttered her progress. But she really showed her tenacity and her resolve yesterday. She had fairly straightforward by scoreline opening wins over Miriam Bjorklund 6-2, 6-1 in the first round, and Maya Lumsden, former champion here, 6-3, 6-3 in round 2. But she was getting blown off the court for a while yesterday against her fellow Czech, Barbora Pelitsova. She had to come from a set and a break down there, the current world number 1-2-1, to get the win. It was 4-6, 6-4, 6-1 in the end. Just bringing the tempo down and getting more engaged in the exchanges. and showing why she's been ranked as high as world number 14 back in July 2019.
Two minutes.
It was such a strong draw here at the W100 Shrewsbury. 5 of the world's top 100 players began competition, and now only one of them is still standing, courtesy of the depth and the strength of the draw. But aside from Eva Lies, the 20-year-old from Germany who's fast on the rise and at a career-high ranking, every player in action today has either currently or formerly been ranked inside the world's top 50, former top 20 players in Vondrousova and Konjuh. W100 event, but at the back end of the tennis season, there are less opportunities to compete, and really, and this had the strength of a WTA 250 draw. This is the highest level of ITF World Tennis Tour competition, and once again, the Shrewsbury Club have done a phenomenal job of staging it and creating that prestigious feel.
1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this semi-final match will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Marketa Vondrousova, to the left of the chair, won the toss and chose to receive.
I'm not sure you'll have picked that up, but Scott Noble in the chair just relaying there that Marketa Vondrousova on your screen has elected to receive. So putting the ball on her opponent's racket at the beginning of this one. I wonder if she's seen any of her previous 2 matches and the occasional struggles. But here we go. Angelina Kalinina facing off with Marketa Vondrousova for a spot in tomorrow's W100 Shrewsbury singles final. Second meeting between these two, but the first in 7 years. A lot has changed since the last time they went head-to-head.
First set, Angelina Kalinina to serve. Play. Fifteen love. Love.
Really wants a smooth start here, Kalinina. She's had some frustrations on serve in her last 2 matches against Brit's Freya Christie, who took her to the final set tiebreak, and Liz Maloney, who pegged her back multiple times during the 7-5, 6-4 defeat.
T15.
She did win that on the previous meeting between the pair, Kalinina, back in 2015 when Vondrousova was just starting out on the tour. That was also at a semi-final stage, but at a W25 event, the second step up on the ITF circuit. 6-2, 6-4 there for Kalinina.
That's 40-15. Game, Kalinina.
smooth start for the world number 49.
First game.
From Ukraine, Kalinina, but formerly trained in Slovakia. And has worked previously with former world number 1 Dinara Safina. And she likes a hard court, but interestingly, of her 15 ITF trophies, 13 have come on clay courts.
Love. Correction ball's good. Replay the points. Love.
On the other side of the net, Marketa Vondrousova has had a lot of success on clay, having grown up competing on the surface. That's where she reached her first and only Grand Slam final to date at Roland Garros. But does feel that her game is more suited to a hard court. She's definitely been thriving indoors here in Shrewsbury. One thing that can be said about the fact Vondrousova has grown up on clay is that it's given her a wealth and depth of options. And that drop shot is one of her killer shots. Executes it so clinically, getting underneath the ball.
C15. Game, Vondrousova.
On the board in this semi-final match, Marketa Vondrousova, whose last few seasons have been fairly injury disrupted. It was after she reached the 2019 Roland Garros final as a teenager that she sat out the rest of the season undergoing surgery on her left wrist, so that's a playing hand. It's a difficult thing to encounter so early in your career. You cannot avoid that wrist action in tennis, particularly on your dominant side. Expertly crafted. Way too smart from Vondrousova.
Love 15.
She looked for all the world like she was going to hit that backhand down the line, that she ended up slicing, just getting a low flight on the ball.
Expertly crafted.
Mercy.
Love 30. $15.30.
For Kalinina, who's not switching up the flight of the ball as much as her opponent will today, that depth of shot is especially key to keep Vondrousova back in the court and just take a bit of time away from her. Because even on the back foot, Vondrousova has moments of sheer inspiration.
15-40.
Very clear early on about what she wants to do on this court, making Kalinina uncomfortable, taking her out of position, putting her down.
Because even on the back.
$30.40.
She'd set up well. Kalinina's languishing behind the baseline. It was not the wrong shot to go for, and there was not much in it at all. So well won. It was actually great anticipation on the first drop shot from Kalinina to get in there with time to spare. Vondrousova pulling out all the stops.
So well won.
Point around.
So well won.
No faulting the intensity at the back end of that exchange.
It was actually great.
Well, the early deficit in the game may yet cost her, though.
Advantage, Vondrousova.
Vondrousova with a difficult ball there deep into the body. That's the kind of shot that she's going to be looking for. And really the kind of ground stroke that Kalinina wants to be bullying her opponent with. Breakpoint 3.
Game, Vondrousova.
And it is third time lucky for the Czech. The 23-year-old with the early breakthrough on centre court. Continuing with the promise that we've seen from her all week. For Kalinina, looks like it could be a troublesome day at the office. Just her second tournament back, Vondrousova, from the latest injury that kept her out for 6 or 7 months from April time this year. And she's not holding back. She's looking to pile on the matches, so she must be feeling physically all right. She did say after her win yesterday that she's looking to get as many matches as possible, as is evidenced by the fact that she's on the order of play twice today. teaming up with her countrywoman Miriam Kolodzeeva for the second doubles semi-final, third on centre court today, following the match between Anna Konyu and Eva Lys. So across singles and doubles, 5 match wins so far in Shrewsbury for Marketa Vondrousova.
Fifteen love.
Brutal hitting. Now that's the level that is going to be required of Kalinina throughout this clash, and she responds in style, keeping that ball nicely out in front of her throughout the rally. Now she'll be disappointed there, Vondrousova. She saw the window, just didn't quite have enough lift on the forehand. But credit to Kalinina, showing from the first ball that she's going to take advantage of these second serves. And potentially first serves as well. She might have had service wobbles this week, Kalinina. But due to having to fight, she's come through pretty strong on the return. Break back points.
Game, Kalinina.
Bit ambitious on that particular drop shot. And Kalinina is right back on level terms.
2 games all.
Upped the ante a fraction there to great effect.
Fifteen love.
Yeah, that was needed.
15 all.
A fairly big difference in terms of second serve points won early on. Prior to that point, Kalinina, whose first serve percentage is only at 50%, she'd won 71% of her second serve points. Vondrousova, and she was broken back 33% of second serve points won.
Lads, first serve.
And it's not like she hasn't had opportunity on the return to penalise those Kalinina second serves. They are coming into play, so she needs to improve that percentage. Nothing she can do about the net cord though, that's tough. She had it covered and was on her way.
Lads, first serve. That's you.
She handled that well. There was some nasty height on that lob. Not as easy as it looked.
That's 30-40.
And Kalinina will not like this. Faced with break points in the last couple of matches, it's not been the prettiest story. Here's another one.
Game, Vondrousova.
Able to diffuse the power, Vondrousova. And that is 3 breaks of serve on the trot
Vondrousova leads 3
on
games to
centre
2.
court in the first match of the day. Tough at the back end of the week. You've warmed up to the conditions, so you've got rhythm, but also the tiredness has to be mounting, particularly for Vondrousova, who's played a lot of tennis the last couple of weeks after nothing for half a year. Was out in France at a W80 last week. She did lose in the first round there, though, so that gave her a bit of time to make the turnaround to Shrewsbury and get settled at the Shrewsbury club.
Time. Lads, second serve.
What a block. Anticipation of the highest level from Vondrousova. Bides her
15 love.
time and picks the line, and it's perfect.
What a block.
$15 all.
And that just underlines how big that first point was. You could sense that Kalinina was coming with something extra to try and prevent momentum from building. Did not play a bad point at all, was just outclassed previously. Let back into the game here. Well, that's quite telling. Longest rally of the match.
15-30.
And it's the second time in this clash where Vondrousova has unleashed the drop shot more out of impatience than really thinking through the play, trying to be smart. That's the way to get back in touch.
Really thinking
30
through
up.
the play, trying to be smart.
No mistakes this time around.
That's the
Brilliant
way
setup.
to get.
And whatever happened on the previous
40,
lengthy
30.
rally with the drop shot, you know that Vondrousova is not going to let go. She's got the options to keep Kalinina working out here.
Deuce.
And does she have the mentality to deal with that? Second dead net cord winner for Kalinina in this match already. It's the 6th game. That's how she'll win this match, if she does manage to get across the line.
Advantage Vondrousova.
Forcing Kalinina to work ever harder, get around the ball, get over it, under it.
Out. Deuce.
Oh, she saw that so well.
Advantage, Vondroshova.
And make no mistake, Kalinina has been landing some great strikes from the back of the court so far to date. With Vondroshova looking for ways to unbalance her, the direction of shot and the ferocity of it, doing twofold damage.
Yes.
That's magnificent. Once again, she had to win the point multiple times. Vondroshova slice, just asking the final question, and there's the emphatic answer. Well run. There are very few secrets on this court. These two have only faced off the one time, but they've both been on tour for some years. They know each other's game styles, and Kalinina knows the drop shot will keep coming. Was ready for it. Smart from Vondroshova there.
Yes.
Finding another way to get her opponent on the sprint. It's going to be really tough to manufacture the ball over the height of the net from that position.
Advantage, Kalinina.
And she's got to be so careful here, Vondroshova. This is by far the longest game of the match. It has the potential to be a momentum setter for Kalinina. But she's not going to let her have it just yet.
Yes.
Couple of break points saved now.
Advantage, Kalinina. Yes.
The way she's handling the pressure points right now is standout. Yes, she's going down the holes, but she's climbing out of them strongly. It was the right shot, but it was a high-risk one.
Advantage, Kalinina.
This is break point number 4.
That's game.
And it's
Kalinina.
finally converted. Could that be what swings this set? She's going to have to find a first serve to make sure of that, Kalinina, but what a breakthrough. A 6-deuce game there that goes her way. Finally pushes through on break point 4.
Fifteen love. That's
Oh, she's been let off the hook there, Kalinina. She constructed the point so well, but got it wrong here at the 11th hour.
30 love.
Almost undone. Had to dig deep to survive that. Well scrambled at the
she's
end.
been let off the hook there.
Impressive.
40 love.
She'll feel like there's a weight off her shoulders after the push and pull of the previous seemingly unending game.
Game, Kalinina.
And there it is, the consolidation to love.
New balls.
An
leads.
indication that maybe Angelina Kalinina
Kalinina leads 4 games to 3.
has taken some rhythm away from Vondrousova with that lengthy break back. Leading on serve at this sit down. Looking for her second W100 title, Kalinina. That is the highest level trophy that she's won so far in her career on the singles court. That first one picked up on clay courts last year. 3 W60 trophies to her name in 2021 as well. But looking for her first gold of 2022. And her first WTA title still to be chased as well for the top 50 player. Did make her first WTA singles final in Budapest last year. But can she make the final in Shrewsbury? Very positive last 5 minutes or so on court for the 25-year-old. It's up to Marketa Vondrousova to try and bring her back down to earth. And she is not coming back from space just yet. That was out of this world from Kalinina. That backhand reeked of confidence. It's building steadily. Huge defensive work from Vondrousova.
15-all.
Encapsulating her match yesterday in some of these rallies, the way she at one stage looked down and out, was on the brink of going 4-1 down in the second set, trailing by a set, managed to turn it round.
$15-30. Out.
But the fact remains that Kalinina is getting herself on
15-14.
top of rallies more and more, and at the moment, though the Vondrousova serve is just looking attackable, Kalinina anticipated that swinger. And she's capitalized on an absolutely quality return onto her opponent's shoes. Did the damage.
Leads 5-3.
And she has truly run with this set from the moment she got that break back. 3 games in a row. And the top
she's
seed will serve for the first set.
Let's first up. $15-11.
Well, she was unconvincing at the start of this set, Kalinina, but it's been a gradual and steady rise. Starting to look close to her best.
$30-11.
That's one way to reimpose herself.
30-15.
Kalinina, I think, almost expecting that ball to come long. Vondrousova, emphatic as possible on the forehand. Constantly defending now, Vondrousova. Such is the sheer power from Kalinina.
40-15.
Deeply impressive. Double set point.
40-30.
My goodness, what a way to stay alive. All or nothing swing from Vondrousova. I'm not sure how much time she had to think about that one.
40-30.
My goodness, what a...
Hang on a moment. Could that change everything?
Deuce.
And Kalinina was roaring towards the finish line here. But it was when she slowed Vondrousova down on serve that everything changed. There might be enough time for another twist in the tail. That's just incredible defense to attack from Vondrousova.
Advantage, Vondrousova.
Such good placement with the forehand. It looked like the curtains were closing on this set, but here she is with a break back point.
Deuce.
That's well snuffed out. Surely a little bit of tension rising here for Kalinina. Here's the power of just sending back that extra ball. What Vondrousova's doing is a lot more difficult than it looks. Each ball is coming back at a different pace, different spin, different speed. Hence the Kalinina miscue as she looked to impose herself. Break point again.
Game, Vondrousova.
And that is the unlikely break of serve. Marketa Vondrousova is doing it again, hanging on in there. And it could be all change on centre court. A lot for Kalinina to digest there. It was winner after winner from her racket, but that return down the line at full stretch from Vondrousova. The last gasp effort could have rewritten the script of this entire match, and I think Kalinina is finding it really tough to digest that. She played an almost perfect 3 or 4 games, and she's still out here on court in the first set. This woman just never says die. That's the resilience that she's developed through these injury setbacks. It was the wrist during that successful 2019 season. She had an adductor injury earlier this year. It's all been happening. And this is why you've got to remember, even though Kalinina is the higher ranked player right now, world number 49, Vondrousova's current ranking does not reflect her level. She was ranked around about the top 30 mark when she got injured earlier this year, serving to level in this first set.
Love 15.
It's so important for Kalinina to keep her head here and not think about the serving advantage she just lost. She's still up on the scoreboard, a chance to swing for the breakthrough.
Love 30.
And there have been a few ground strokes like that from Vondrousova. That's part of what's made the difference at the back end of this set. A little wild, lacking control on some of the ground strokes.
$15-30. $30.
She's going to look to make her regret that cross-court backhand. Love 30, second serve. If Vondrousova holds this game, that could be a moment to reflect on. But that is, of course, a big if until it happens. Kalinina drilling at that backhand, looking for an opening. How many big punches does she have left? Set point again.
Yes.
And an ace. The textbook serve out wide. The lefty weapon. Buys herself some time here. Kept her cool there. Heart would have lurched when she failed to wrong foot Kalinina. It was open down the line. Almost tried to be too clever there, but the double skills are showing in the forecourt.
That's game.
Too far to run. Back level we are in this opening set. What an effort from Vondrousova.
5 games all.
Across the last 2 games, 3 set points saved. Huge game right here.
$15 love.
There has been some quality play at the front of the court from Angelina Kalinina.
30 love.
She's starting to make Vondroušova's life that much harder when she's up front. Great reach.
There has been some
There we go. The timing is there for Vondroušova.
30-15.
She's still letting Kalinina get away with it a little too often on the second serve. You've got to credit Kalinina for looking to step up whatever the scoreboard. But still. Now that's the placement she was looking for on the previous point.
30 up.
And Kalinina almost pulled up to the net with the shortness of the previous ball. Not quite as willing, not quite as balanced. Vondroušova seizing the opportunity to penalise. Observe the scoreboard. So tight. And Kalinina, understandably, has felt that tightness and felt the tension. Marketa Vondroušova with the 3 set points saved. Looking to win her 3rd straight game. Elite response.
Deuce.
Ice in her veins here. Had a lot of time to think about that ball. Committed to her option.
elite response.
Advantage Kalinina. That's game. Kalinina.
There is so little in it right now. Well done, Angelina Kalinina. A crucial hold right there
Kalinina leads 6 games to 5.
to stop the comeback for the time being. Guarantees herself at least a tie break in this opening set. An opportunity now to put those missed set points out of her mind. She had to dig deep, and she should take confidence from the way she was able to fend off that break point. The crisp serve out wide, the clinical follow-up. And Vondrousova has brought her best on the brink so far. She's going to have to do so again.
Time.
On 2 out of 3 set points, she has nailed the line. How much resilience does she have bottled up? Serving to stay in the set once again.
Out. 15 love.
Here she comes then.
30 love.
And the backhand has rarely broken down on this clean strike, more so on the slice.
Out.
It's the forehand that's been that little
40 love.
bit looser, but not this time. Just enough security, a bit more space cross court. Tie break in touching distance.
Out. Game.
And with that,
Vondrousova.
I think it had to happen. It's been so hard fought from both players.
6 games all.
Kalinin
first
has
set.
been so
Tiebreak.
close, but Vondrousova has specialised on the back foot, never been far away. It all comes down to this. First to 7 points.
One 0 Vondrousova.
It really does feel like this set. And in advance, honestly, this match will come down to how much Vondrousova has left in the tank. She's won some big points, but she's had to work hard for them. That's another one. Opening mini break.
That's 2-0 Vondrousova.
What a rally, what a finish to get the mini break back. After everything that's gone down in the last 15-20 minutes, to be able to come out with a shot like that, the flat
What a
backhand
rally,
down the high
what a
part of the net,
finish.
come away with the winner. Too good.
2-all. Hot.
When she sees a crack in the door, she yanks it open.
3-2, Vondrousova.
The pendulum continues to swing back and forth. Vondrousova just refuses to go down. She did all she could there, Kalinina. Vondrousova still had the final say.
4-2, Vondrousova.
She did well to keep her balance after the run-up to the drop shot. Was a way to cover.
She did all she could there, Kalinina.
Let's first up. Out. 5-2, Vondrousova.
Unquenchable. Marketa Vondrousova is giving the top seed the biggest headaches right now.
6-2, Vondrousova.
Unquenchable.
Big moment brilliance. She saved 3 set points. She now has 4 of her own.
Let's second serve. Game and first set.
At double set point down, she pulled out a joke of a return winner to stay alive, and she closes with another fierce delivery down the line. Marketa Vondrousova, a set to the good on centre court. Oh, that will sting bitterly for Angelina Kalinina, but when she looks at the way those set points were saved, not lost, saved, she has to applaud her opponent here. There were moments where she seemed to be flagging slightly, Vondrousova. The forehand got away from her a little, but when push came to shove, she delivered and she hung with it every single time. She's going to be tough to stop from here. The former world number 14 has shown her level throughout the week. That has the potential to be spirit crushing. These early moments of the second set really are key for the top seed. There's several people impressed by Vondrousova right from the offset, right from her first round victory over Miriam Bjorklund this week. I think she was the pick for a few people to go all the way, and with every set that she plays right now, she seems to be separating herself from the pack. Not a wonder that Angelina Kalinina has taken a moment off the court here just to get her thoughts together and get herself together ahead of the rest of this match. Has to hang tough. It's not the Shrewsbury Club hosting an ITF World Tennis Tour event if we've not got Sweet Caroline in a bit of We Will Rock You. Vondrousova getting back on her feet, wants to keep the blood flowing, wants to keep the momentum going. Probably wants to prevent herself from falling asleep as well. Tiring week here in Shrewsbury. But 1 foot in the semi-finals. Whoever comes through this will face the winner of the second clash of the day between Anna Konyu, still just 24 years old. It's been 7 years since she won her first WTA title. And Eva Lees, the 20-year-old who is fast on the rise, having a breakout season. Here she is, looking to turn this one around, Kalinina. This is going to take a serious mental effort.
Time.
And it will start on the Marketa Vondrousova serve, courtesy of the finish to that tiebreak.
Second set, Vondrousova to serve. Out. Love 15.
And nicely manufactured, wrapping the
15
racket
all.
face around the ball to get the lift.
Out. 30-15. Out. 40-15.
A massive game for both players, really. Vondrousova, with the doubles still to come, wants to keep this to the straight set scoreline. And wants to keep Kalinina chasing in this match, and she'll do that with that hold of serve.
First game, second set.
4 points in a row there after losing the opening point. The doubles partner watching on alongside her coach, Vondrousova, herself and Miriam Kolodzaiseva taking on Nigina Abduraimova and Paula Kania-Hodden in the second doubles final, semi-final, I should say, later on. The first of those contested yesterday. Jessica Ponche and Renata Veresheva moving through to tomorrow's showdown.
Out. Love 15.
Got to be so careful now, Kalinina. Even at the beginning of the second set, it has the potential to roll away very quickly if Vondrousova gets the breakthrough, gets on a roll.
Love 30. Love 40.
Yeah, it's a tightrope she's walking here. Knows that she has to try and keep the points within the 2 to 5 shots realm to prevent Vondrousova digging her heels in and turning things all round the way she has done That was too loose from the top seed. Triple break point here.
Game, Vondroshova.
And that was not at all convincing. You've got to feel for her. The way that first set fell out of her grasp, but that was the staying power of her opponent. Kalinina absolutely punching through the court for 3 or 4 straight games at the back end of the opener. And that's what Barbora Politseva did for an extended amount of time against Vondrousova, and the 23-year-old was still able to find a way. Crucial game to make an impact in here.
Love 15.
And she'll need a helping hand. Anything like that has to try and build on it. Vondrousova has been gritty, but she's not been clinical. That said, when she's spied an opportunity like that, she has rarely slipped up.
15 all. $15-30.
In the back end of the previous set, she was leaning through those backhands down the line with such conviction. Lacking the same confidence and positioning there.
Out. 40-30. Game, Vondrousova.
And there's the consolidation for Vondrousova. If we include the tiebreak, that is 5 games straight for the player from the Czech Republic. And Angelina Kalinina is looking at a mountain to climb, really, to get back into this match. Yes, it's just the one break, but it is the way, the manner in which she lost that opening set. And you can sense about Kalinina this week, she's never been entirely comfortable. It's so tough to come to an event of this level and be the top seed, be the one surrounded by all the expectation, knowing that there are players like Marketa Vondrousova in the draw who are so much more capable than their current rankings suggest. And Vondrousova with little to lose and everything to gain this week with the recent setbacks, just looking to get as many matches as possible and play her way back to the level she knows she's capable of. We're seeing more and more of that from the 2019 Roland Garros finalist. It's a must-hold service game for Kalinina, and she's got to find some fire from within. Good start.
15 love. Thirty love. Lads, second serve. Forty love. Forty 15. Game, Kalinina.
Great holds, essential holds. Wrapped up without much difficulty. She's got to try and use that here, Kalinina. Push on at the beginning of this next game. Oh my words. That is just cruel. Absolutely no mercy from Vondrousova. That space didn't even exist. And that previous point encapsulated in one exchange how she swept away that opening set from under Kalinina's feet. Her opponent made so many of the right moves.
(30-15). (40-15). Let's first up. That's game, Vondrousova.
Doesn't give Kalinina a hope of turning things around there, Vondrousova.
Vondrousova leads 4 games
And that's been the story of her match. Ever present when she's really needed to be. When push has come to shove, She's been standing in the middle of the road and Kalinina just hasn't found a way around her. Inching towards that final. The showdown for the trophy to take place tomorrow at the Shrewsbury Club on both the singles and doubles courts. Vondrousova still in contention to feature in both matches. Milking this week for all it's worth. There's some big wins for both these players this season. A couple of top 10 wins for Kalinina, and last season as well, Vondrousova on that run to the Olympic silver medal, getting the better of four-time Grand Slam champion Naomi Osaka, one of the biggest victories of her career, full stop. She'd love the double break advantage here to prevent any hope for Angelina Kalinina.
Love 15.
And she knows she's got a free swing at it, really, Vondrousova, if she maintains the level we've seen so far. It's her opponent with her back against the wall.
Fifteen all.
Great strike.
30-15.
And she has no option out here, Kalinina, but to attack with that immediacy, set herself up well with the serve.
Great strike.
Now she's responding to the call.
40-15.
Vondrousova just accepting it. The sudden streak.
Oh. 40-30. Out. Game, Kalinina.
I think Vondrousova is protesting, saying that her ball didn't hit the roof, which was why the end of the point was called. And really, it's not a wonder that she's arguing, because that has the potential to make a lot of difference. If she'd have got back to deuce there was every possibility that she could have pushed through for the double break. Has to refocus quickly here. great control. Hand skills on full display there. This is a really good ball from Kalinina, virtually getting it behind her opponent, and still Vondrousova able to keep her balance, not overplaying it. Oh, handling everything that comes her way. This is a high level.
30 love.
That just rubs salt into the wounds. I think she's channeled the frustration, though, Vondrousova, from the back end of the previous point. I think the sound there as her racket slammed the backboards in an effort to get up to that. That was the swing of a player on the back foot. Just seeing if they can get anything going.
Let's for serve.
There it is, the hold of serve that takes her one game away from a place in the W100 Shrewsbury singles final.
Leads 5 games to 2.
Marketa Vondrousova putting her class on the table one more time.
Time.
Seven of the last 9 games for Marketa Vondrousova. Looking to push through on the return. And Galina Kalinina, the top seed, serving to stay in the tournament.
That's love 15.
How many times has she done that in this match? She had no business winning that point. That could be one of the final nails in the coffin. Unbelievable. Fighting it with fire. That's how precise the marks have to be.
30 up.
This is the stuff that she was channeling in that opening set, but it was such a high level. It was going to be tough to sustain when Vondrousova slowed her down. But she's buying herself time out here. Staying when Vondrousova slowed her down.
40-30.
Incredible quality. But she just doesn't know anymore. She has no idea where Vondrousova's going. Making her almost tentative in the forecourt. The milliseconds of freeze can make all the difference. That's the weight.
Advantage Kalinina.
Yeah, that's tough. Well, she did have the dead net cords in the first set of this clash, Kalinina. Vondrousova saving hers up for the most key moments of this clash. 2 points away.
Advantage Kalinina. Okay.
Well
Kalinina.
done. Huge tennis. Is it imposing enough for one last turnaround in this match?
Okay.
She's been on the receiving end of those comebacks so far.
Okay.
Well
Vondrousova
done.
serving for the match.
$15 love.
Giving herself
30
the
love.
breathing room in this game. 2 points away once again. And here she is, Marketa Vondrousova, Olympic silver medalist.
40 love.
One step away from the W100 Shrewsbury final.
Game, set and
It's a defeat of the top seed to see herself into the W100 Shrewsbury final. Marketa Vondrousova has impressed from the offset this week. What a comeback in the opening set. We will see her one more time this week and we will hear from her shortly.
Marketa Vondrousova. Please stay in your seats. We'll shortly be doing an encore interview. Now, let's hear it for Angelina Kalinina.
We'll give her a moment when she's ready. We're going to hear Marketta's thoughts on that match. What a great show to start the day. A few more minutes and we'll have our second singles semi-final on court. Anna Konyu taking on Ava Lees. So that's in a few minutes' time. We're going to hear from Marketta. Thought you were going to leave me for a moment. Here we go. Marketta, I don't know if you can even remember how you saved those set points in the opening set, but how did you manage to turn that around?
Yeah, I mean, it was very tough. You know, I played some amazing points for the set points, so yeah, I'm just very happy to be through because, yeah, it was a very tough match from the beginning.
And not your only match today, you're in the doubles semi-finals later as well. How are you finding that with all the tennis? Are you tired at this point?
I mean, I am, but I didn't play for like 6 months, so, you know, I have to do it. And I'm just very happy to get some matches, you know, and to play doubles also. So, yeah, I just can't wait to play again.
Yeah, making up for lost time. And in the final tomorrow, you'll face either Anna Konyu or Ava Lees. Do you know much about those players, and do you have a preference on who you play?
I mean, it's going to be final, so it's going to be tough anyway. And, yeah, I just hope it's going to be, you know, great match. And I hope I can join the final.
She's been brilliant so far this week. Ladies and gents, one more time for Marketta Vondrousova. So that's the first of the semi-finals. The next to follow shortly. Thank you.
Welcome back to the second semi-final of the day. From Croatia, please welcome Ana Konja. And from Germany, Eva Liss.
Well, welcome back to the Shrewsbury Club Centre Court for the continuation of singles semi-final day at the W100 Shrewsbury. What a week it's been, and what a first match of the day. Down to the second, it's the former world number 20 Ana Konja up against 20-year-old Eva Liss. Abigail Johnson back with you for this one after Marketa Vondrousova saved 3 set points, 2 on the return, 1 on serve in the opening set, before clinching a 7-6, 6-3 straight sets defeat of the top seed, world number 49 Annalena Kalinina. So a great win there for Olympic silver medalist Vondrousova, awaiting the winner of this clash. And preparing as well for her doubles semi-final. That's the final match on centre court today. Here's a player that we are fast becoming familiar with. Eva Liss has not had the crowd on side so far this week because she's defeated 3 straight British players to make this semi-final stage. Started off emphatically 6-2, 6-1 over Emily Appleton. Jodie Burridge made her work seriously hard, the recent W60 Glasgow semi-finalist, before a 2-6, 7-6, 6-4 result in Lisa's favour. And then yesterday, the most topsy-turvy match against Lily Miyazaki. Miyazaki saying that she has never had so many winners hit past her in a match. 6-love, 1-6, 6-love for Eva Liss to get across the line and set up this meeting with a player who it's hard to believe she's only 24 years old, because Ana Konja has been around for some time. 4 years older than Liss, who's at a career high ranking of world number 126, courtesy of great progress so far this year in the semi-finals of a W100 event for the first time. But Ana Konja, it has been 7 years
3 minutes
since she picked up her first and only WTA title to date as a teenager, right here in the UK on the grass courts of Nottingham. So she has good memories in the country, does the former junior world number 1, who announced herself from a young age. She was on the radar for a while, but injuries have played their part in stuttering progress over the past few years, and that's the same story for Marketa Vondrousova. So it would be quite sweet if the two were to take each other on in the final showdown, but Konja will not be looking beyond this match because she's had to fight a fair bit during this week so far. 3 matches played, 2 of those going to 3 sets, and she's had, it's got to be said, some seriously stiff competition right from the offset. And she was almost standing out against Del McGulphy, the number 3 seed in the opening round, before rebounding for the 6-7, 7-5, 7-6 result.
Best of 3 tiebreak sets. Ivelisse won the toss and chose to serve.
Ben Anderson in the chair for this match, and Anna Konyu, after that Gulfi meeting, came from a set down again against Sonny Cartel. And Brit fast on the rise, 3-6, 7-6, 7-5, the final scoreline there. Really came through strong with the serve in some tough moments, and the same can be said of her win yesterday over Katie Bolter, who reached the Wimbledon 3rd round this year with victory over last year's finalist Karolina Pliskova. There was next to nothing in that straight sets match yesterday, but Konyu really found her mark with that serve in the close moments and got the 6-4, 7-6 victory, coming from a mini breakdown in the tiebreak to see herself through. So the Croat has won 3 of the 4 tie breaks that she's played in Shrewsbury this week, including the last 3 straight.
Thirty seconds.
Well, something has to give today. The 2 players who are impressing for different sets of reasons in Shrewsbury. And with how young Konya still is, so much still to look forward to in both careers. Only one can make the singles final at the W100 Shrewsbury. The sharp end, the business end of the week now. Both singles and doubles finals to be contested tomorrow. So the second semi-final of the day, and these 2 facing off for the first time.
First set, Ivelisse to serve. Ready, play. Fifteen love.
She's got quite the streak going at the moment, does Ivelisse, on an 8-match win streak, courtesy of yesterday's win.
That's
such an acute angle on the forehead.
30-15.
You can sense the rhythm about her. She's flowing right now. Picked up a W60 trophy over in Slovakia a couple of weeks ago. Some strong wins on that run.
$40-15.
And you can sense that rhythm and that confidence about her in Shrewsbury. She's handled herself really well. The attitude has been half the battle. And it's well slid.
40-13.
And she just hung back there, Konya, waiting, anticipating.
Let for service. Out. Deuce.
And despite the recent run for Lise, not sure how much Konya will have looked at the numbers anyway, but she should take some confidence from the fact that Lise has been slowed down slightly in her last 2 matches, taken to 3 sets. And she's looking to slow her down right at the offset of this one. Konya with 3 games, 3 points even, in a row for the breakpoint chance. Pinpoint in the corner.
Deuce.
It's actually tough to identify what could be the differentiating factor here. 2 players who are seeing the ball big and stepping up under pressure.
Advantage, Lise. Game, Lise.
Manufactured that out of nowhere, deep behind the baseline.
First game.
And giving a good account of herself in that first game, the 20-year-old first onto the board in this second semi-final. And the little flag pinned onto her cap here, a tribute to her country of birth, Ukraine. Even though she marches under the flag of Germany.
Thank you. Please take your seats as quickly as possible.
She was
Thanks.
born in Kiev and moved to Germany with her family when she was just 2 years old. Based in Hamburg since then.
Anna Konya to serve.
Well, that might win a prize for furthest travelling return so far this week. Back of the service line from Konya on the second serve, not holding back.
Thirty love. 30-15. Out. 40-15. Led for service. Game, Konya.
Confident close for the Croat. And continuing
One
on the
game
same vein of her win over Katie Bolter on this very court yesterday. That was her first appearance on centre court. Lisa's taken centre stage in her last 2 matches.
Out. Love 15. Love 30.
Well, she's got to be careful here. Lise was able to survive the second set blowout yesterday, but Konya has shown a steady ability to penalise slip-ups this week. Oh, barely
30.
hitting a big ball out here, Konya.
All. Out.
What adaptability from Konya throughout that exchange.
30-14.
And the ball's pretty much behind her there as she comes with the slice,
What adaptability.
absorbing the punches.
Out.
What adaptability.
And for the second straight return game, it's a break point.
Game, Konya.
Lise understandably feeling the
Leads by 2
pressure
games to
after
1.
the way Konya placed the previous forehand return right on the line. First blood then to the former world number 20. Anna Konya leads the way at this sit down. Extra stand courtside today, such was the demand for semi-finals day. The ITF World Tennis Tour events at the Shrewsbury Club, always so well attended. They've been hosting these events for many years, the club. Often at M25 and W25 level, the second step up on the ITF World Tennis Tour. This is the biggest event that has ever graced these courts, although there was a W60 for the women in February 2019. Won by Vitalia Diatchenko. Konyu got her only break of serve in the opening set yesterday in the final game. Serving to back it up early this time.
15-love. $30-love.
It's such a boost for Konyu to see how strongly she's serving. It was the elbow that has given her so much trouble in the early stages of her career. 4 elbow surgeries required for her.
$40-love. Game Konya.
Clinical consolidation then for Anna Konyu.
Konya leads by 3-1.
I mentioned that she had to undergo the 4 elbow surgeries. For someone who's still just 24 years old, that is an incredible amount to undergo. And she said the last one was definitely the final one, no more to be had.
Love 50.
And as a result, she said if it was to give her trouble again, that would have to be the end of the road for tennis. So tough when you're so talented and your body lets you down, but she has hung tough.
$15-all.
My word, outside edge. She's making a point of hitting big into the Konyu forehand out here, Lise, looking for a breakdown on that wing. And the direction of shot was damage enough on that occasion.
Out.
And that time standing so firmly, it's just
14-15.
taking a little bit off the ball. She came around it to navigate the off backhand. Konyu taken aback by the drop.
$40-30. Game Lise.
Smooth as you like from Eva Lise. That's exactly what to expect from this young woman.
Konya leads by 3-2.
Stays relentlessly upbeat on the court, and that will keep her in touch in this opening set. been such a rise up the rankings for Lise this year to reach this number of 126. And she ended 2021 ranked world number 338. So she's jumped over 200 ranking spots this season. And targeting the biggest trophy yet. She did win that W60 title last month, but prior to that, in the years 2020 and 2021, W25 singles trophies. Second step up when it comes to ITF competition. Anna Konyu looking for her first title since 2020 when she picked up a W25 trophy during one of her comebacks. That was on a clay court. When these balls fluff up, it can feel like a clay court at times, the pace of them. But she's adjusting accordingly. Incredible angle.
15 love.
And barely a reaction. These two each have such good body language and demeanor in different ways, and Lisa's very clearly visually upbeat.
30 love.
And Konyu just doesn't react. If you were to look at her, you wouldn't be able to read the scoreboard from the way that she carries herself. And that is tough in a grueling clash, as we've seen in all her matches so far this week.
It's 30-15.
There's nothing intentional in that, and just doing what she had to there, Lise, because Konyu was not down and out here. There was a little too much air on the drop shot, but she got her position right behind it to try and keep her hands on the reins, capitalize. And Lisa's right there waiting.
40.
A break on the board, but it hasn't felt like there's a whole lot in it. Break back point now.
Juice. Advantage Lise.
So far today, it is the forehand that's offered a fraction more. Didn't quite commit through the shot there. Lise with another opportunity.
Juice.
And there's the serve. And we talked about the differentiating factors out here. That's certainly something that weighs this one in Konyu's favour. The ability to produce like that under pressure. Get the service winners. Lise, though, knows what her game style is and she commits to it,
Advantage, Lise.
up or down. Names two of her strengths as her fight and the way she takes the ball early. Certainly elements that she's consistently brought to court in Shrewsbury. Oh my goodness. That's world class. And you cannot fault the defense from Lise. Against another player, it might have been enough. This length on the forehand, but Konyu's ready and waiting. Breathtaking.
Advantage, Lise. Out game, Lise.
Just about did enough there, the German. You could see her at one point during that game just pointing to her temple. Keeping her head in it. Committing, believing, and getting the result back on serve in this opening set. Early points of this one are key after the length of the previous game. It turned the tide in the opening set of the last match. Actually, it was at this very moment Angelina Kalinina did not come on top overall, but the top seed broke back for 3-all in a very lengthy game and went on a streak of 3 games won before von Trusova fought back.
Love.
3 deuces in the previous game, 4th break point converted.
Out. 30-15. It's 40-15.
Patiently worked by Konyu.
40-30.
Against a player of Lisa's tendencies, that deep return to the body is a great option. Lisa looks for the winner right from the first ball, and that just takes the width away, takes the angle away.
Game, Lise. New balls, please.
And she used the angle there over Lise with her second game
Lise
on the
leads by
bounce,
4 games to 3. Ball
backing
change,
up the
please.
break back on centre court. Back end of a long season, and the WTA finals featuring the 8 best players of the season currently happening out at Fort Worth in the States. And that does signify the official end of the season. We've got the Billie Jean King Cup finals in Glasgow next week, but in terms of big events to be contested, there are fewer options on the table, so that made Shrewsbury all the more appealing. We had 5 of the top 100 players in the world taking to court here. And then the likes of Eva Lise, who's fast on the rise, Anna
Time.
Konyu, who's been ranked highly but pegged back by physical setbacks. Right from the offset, there were no easy matches. A number of qualifiers making it through to the quarter-final stage.
Thank you. Seats quickly, please.
Second round. I meant second round. Second match of the day. About time I had a slip up. A little unforced error by the people late to their seats, but Konyu's patient.
15 love. Let for service. $15-all. Out. 30-15.
She's seen enough tennis courts, enough tennis matches in her time, Konya, not to overthink this stage of the match. Just committing to each point as it comes. And she seems to already have shrugged off the fact that she did lead by a break here.
30-all.
My fault. But that has, I think, less to do with internal tension and more to do with the awareness that Lise will dig into those second serves and look to use the width of the court right from the first ball. Knows there needs to be a little more on this delivery. How will she respond?
30-40.
Same again. Well, it suddenly shows the scoreboard pressure and the pressure of the woman at the baseline. She has taken momentum with that lengthy break back. Now the opportunity to lead.
Out.
And that opportunity swiped away. Solid forehands from Konya.
Deuce.
Lise just not able to get her on the stretch the way she would have wanted to on the forehand side. Was able to stay central at the baseline. That's too good, too big. Taken too early.
Advantage, Lise.
And Konyu with the ball into the mid-court knew she hadn't done enough to buy herself any time to cover. Elise merciless.
That's too good.
Break point 2. And the serve comes through.
Deuce. Advantage Konya. Game Konya.
And she survives. That could change everything for Anna Konyu.
4 games all.
Broke away from the script there. Elise was looking for her 4th game on the bounce. Third, I should say. Now has to start over.
Out. Love 15. Love 13. Wait, please. Can you get that one, please? Out. Love 40.
And that just shows how Konyu snapped momentum so savagely with the serves in the previous game, finding the mark under the most pressure. The double faults erased. Triple break point now.
Out. 15-14. Out game Konya.
And that is what we've been talking
Konyu
about
leads
concerning
by 5
Konyu
games
all
to
week.
4.
Her ability to hang in there and take advantage and just look at the match as a whole, not take to heart individual situations. Point after point, she's been there from the first round against Dalma Gulfi, which she came from a set down to win against the number 3 seed. Again, in the second round against Sonne Cartel, who kept her so close. And now Eva Lise is feeling the heat of Konyu's ability to hold on. She will serve for the opening set after this sit down.
Time.
Well, how long can she keep smiling, Eva Lise? Her ability to applaud good play and laugh off good winners has kept her fighting in Shrewsbury. But Anna Konyu looking to take the joy out of this match, serving for the set.
Love 15.
Now, it's interesting. The sudden double faults, none at all from Konyu prior to the 2 back-to-back in the previous service game.
Love 30.
Wow. I do wonder if something's up, because that is unusual. And the
Love
forehand
40.
loose early in the rally. Well, is this a mental malfunction or a physical one for Konyu? Triple breakback point.
Game Lise.
No, she had no chance of chasing that down. You've got to credit Ava Lise for staying in
5
it,
games
but
all.
to be completely honest, she did not have to do much there. Barely hit a ball
Lise.
to get back on serve.
Game Lise.
No, she had no
It's a strange one
chance of
because
chasing
Konyu's
that down.
cornerstone of her victory yesterday was that serve in the key moments.
Love 15. Fifteen all. At 15:30.
Oh, wow. Barely. She was putting the brakes back on there, Konyu.
30 all.
And she was making a lot of
40,
those
30.
slices earlier in the set. A little slower now.
Deuce.
The only explanation is that both players are feeling how close this one looked on paper and how close it's been in terms of tennis on the court. Neither of them immune to the
Advantage, Lise.
pressure. It's interesting to see Konyu dropping off here at the business end of the set. Almost as if she's peaked too early. But there's still time.
Game Lise.
Less of it now with that brutal delivery from Ava Lise.
Lise leads by 6 games to 5.
The woman on the 8-match win streak is on the front foot
Game,
and 1 game away from this opening set,
game
having
Lise.
returned to
Less of
stay in
it
it.
now with that brutal.
7-6, 6-4 for Marketa Vondrousova earlier against the top seed, Angelina Kalinina. Perhaps crucially keeping it to the straight sets. So she's got another match to come today on the doubles court. But as she pointed out, 6 or 7 months of no play due to injury, so she's kind of making up for lost time here. Can Anna Konya do the same? Back on tour since the US Open.
Let's for service. Out 15 love. Let's for service. $15-all.
Great work with the legs from Lise to get down to meet the ball, to hold her position.
15-30.
Konya pegged at the back of the court.
Great work with the
Always easier to close on the return. My word, though. Phenomenal angle.
on the return.
She's pulled the rabbit out of the
30-all.
hat there, Konya. Well-earned applause from the opponent.
My
40-30.
Understandable frustration. Lise takes that ball up the line so incredibly fluidly. For most players, that's a high-risk shot. For Eva Lise, she expects herself to make that ball.
Just
But there's that double fault again. I think that's 5 on the set now for Konya.
let's for service. Advantage Konya.
In her previous match against Bolter, she only served 3 double faults for the duration of the match, but You do have to credit Lisa's attacking instinct that is asking for more from her opponent.
Deuce.
And that's exactly why she's going for more on that second serve. So quickly around the ball, Lise whipping through the backhand. Time snatched away.
Let for service.
Tenacious. They've both been close,
Advantage, Lise.
but Eva Lise now one step away from this opening set. Break point is set point.
Game and
1
first set,
foot in the
Lise.
final in phenomenal fashion. She just
7 games to 5.
can't stop winning, Eva Lise. Some rhythm she's got going here. And that set, as close as we anticipated from this contest, next to nothing in it. But the Anna Konjuh serve, the little hiccups that we just didn't see yesterday, putting her under some pressure in that set. Lise was able to step up, capitalize. She's such a fierce presence at the baseline. Has had her first WTA main draw experiences this year, Lise, but carrying herself like she's been contesting matches at this level for some time. It's all still new and exciting. And she is swinging as freely as if she is the underdog here. Maybe she is in her own mind. But if she can sustain this kind of tennis...
Ladies and gentlemen, the physio has been called to court.
Now, okay. You'd anticipate this physio visit is for Anna Konjuh. When she started serving those double faults, I mentioned that that's very unusual, indicative that something might be up. The forehand definitely got a lot looser at the back end of this set. Oh, no. It's not good to see. We'll just have to wait this out. In terms of Konjuh, assuming that this is for Konjuh, I'll be surprised if it's not. I do wonder if it's more injury or illness. Really, given a track record, you would hope it's the latter. It's something that's more easily overcomable. Okay, from the motion she's making here, seems to be struggling visually, maybe with blurred vision or a headache, but it certainly seems to indicate illness more than injury here. I'm just having an intense discussion with the physio now, Anna Connew. And that would make sense in terms of those double faults and struggling with the timing of those.
Time.
But she's got up to play after just a discussion there, and I'm not sure if she feels there's anything that can be done for whatever she's struggling with. And the physio is sat down on the front row here, just lingering,
Second set, least to serve.
which is an indication that they're just going to see how these next couple of games go, or this next game, see how it plays out.
Love.
Yeah, it's certainly not the same Anna Connew that started out this clash. Struggling with those balls on the stretch, where before she was sliding slices back. The stretch,
30 love.
where before she was sliding slices back.
$30-15. $30 all.
Yeah, it's difficult for Lise at this point when she knows that something is up and she's not sure what, to keep her focus on her side of the court, to keep flowing the way she has been back end of the previous set.
40-13.
Nothing wrong with that strike. It's just very hit and miss from Connew at the moment.
Juice.
If she's in position, no problem. If she's forced to run a bit, struggling to track the ball maybe.
Advantage Lise. Juice. Out. Advantage, Konya.
And just able to take that ball a bit earlier. Konyu looking to make Lise regret the way she came off the forehand up the line. Trying to settle herself back into this match, and Lise a little unsettled here.
Juice. Out. Advantage. Lise.
Quality
Lise.
from Eva Lise. Taking that forehand quickly, and there'll be a sigh of
First game,
relief
second
that she's
set.
managed to wrap up that service hold. A little more bitty from both sides of the court. You can understand it with what's transpired in the last few minutes with the physio visit for Konyu. Distracting stuff, but at least able to channel enough that, you know, Konyu certainly just trying to manage something here.
Love 15.
Yeah, it's more like it.
15-0.
Her motivation to keep these points shorter. Konyu, she didn't mind a little bit of a battle earlier in the match, but has to use the serve right now.
$30-15. $40-15.
Yeah, two aces and two completely different serves. The curve and the slice on the previous, and the flat strike out wide there. Equally dangerous, equally brutal.
Game Konya.
3 in a row. Well, that's one way to win a game if you're struggling.
One game all.
Finding something there, but still kind of clutching the bridge of her nose, Konyu. Lots of signs that she's just feeling groggy, not able to fully focus.
Out 15 love. Out 15-0. Out. 30-15. Out. 30 all.
Oh, much needed. That's big, the way she's able to mount up in an occasion like that.
40-30.
Konya pulling back in the game. A slower ball mid-court, time to think. No hesitation.
Game, Lise.
Keeping her eyes on the prize here, Lise. Big fist pump from her. A shake of the head there from Anna Konyu, who's actually just gone to her coach in the corner to pick something up. Not sure what that is. Might just be a bottle of water or something to try and help clear her head here. And she's fighting multiple opponents on court right now, Konyu. No, energy bar maybe. It's all guesswork at the moment. She's packed in the tournaments since she came back at the US Open after the latest 3-month break, Konyu. This is her 7th contested within the last 2 or 3 months. And the physio still lingering courtside.
Love.
Now the crowd fairly impartial in this one, but I think they can sense that Konyu needs a little bit of a boost out here.
Out. 30 love.
Her own immediacy turned back on there, Konyu. She was just a bit anxious to close that point out.
15.
That said, it was the anticipation of Lise that really did the damage. Clean strike on the drive. Took it and used it.
All.
And yesterday she was edging towards double figures in the ace count, Konyu. Today heading in that direction with these double faults, and I think we're getting a better understanding as to why that is.
Out. 30-40.
Trying to find a way out here, but the forehand is not doing her many favors. Lise eyeing up the set and a break lead.
Game leads.
And that's in the bag for the German.
New
And now
balls,
what does
please.
Konya do here? Does she keep playing?
Lise leads by 3 games to 1.
Just taking her time at the back of the court.
Fifteen love. Out 30 love.
You've got a feel for her. All the physical issues over the last few years, and now this.
$30-15. Out. $40-15. Game Lise.
Focus, ferocious from Eva Lise. You've got to applaud that from the 20-year-old. There's a
Lise leads
lot
by 4 games to
happening
1.
on the other side of the net, and she's able to keep the focus on hers.
Game Lise.
Daylight on the
Focus.
scoreboard in the second set, and the W100 Shrewsbury final
Lise.
is in sight.
Focus, ferocious from Eva.
Tough to watch this, really. And it's so close to the finish line now that I think Konya will just see it through. But unless there's a miraculous recovery in terms of how she's feeling on the court, it's very tough to see this one
Time.
turning around. Elise has been clutch when it counts this week. You don't expect her to let it go.
$15 love. $15 all.
And it takes that ball from the height of the bounce, and the moment she sees a neutral ground stroke, she's all over it.
30-15.
There you go. And this actually increases the challenge for Lise, that she doesn't really know what's coming. Some wild misses, some huge winners.
(40-30).
Yeah, the first serve was barely missing the tee. And I think there was a dismal acceptance of what was coming in the face of that second serve. Lise lining up and unleashing yet again.
Advantage Konya. Out. Deuce. Advantage Konya.
A few butterfingers front row.
Game Konya.
Good grit. And Konya slowing the train down. A little wry smile there. Now the fact that she's still on court, confirms it's not an injury. There's something bothering her more in terms of a head or illness or something like that. Secondly, indicates that she still thinks there's a vague possibility she can make something happen here.
It's 15 love.
It is just the one break of serve, but she's relying on a malfunction from her opponent. A drop off in concentration or conviction.
30 love.
And that's not coming her way at the moment. Nice work. It's returning and serving where she's struggling the most, Konya. Once she establishes herself in the rally, if she's not having to move to extremes, she's seeing the ball that bit better. But when it comes down on the serve so quickly, she's struggling.
Out. 40-15. Game, Lise.
And the reaction tells you that this is not one-way
Lise
traffic,
leads
that
by 5
she is
games
going to
to
still
2.
have to step up and win this, Ava Lise. She's showing every intention of doing just that. 1 game away from her first W100 final. Still one more match to come on centre court. The Uzbek-Polish pairing of Nagina Abduraimova and Paula Kania-Hoden to take on the all-Czech team, the 4th seeds. Marketa Vondrousova already into the singles final, and Miriam Kolodazeva. Elise looking to push through on the return here.
Time.
Looking as energized as if she were just starting out the tournament. Anna Konyu serving to stay in the match.
All of 15.
Here she comes.
Love 30.
Every intention of getting this done quickly.
Let for service. $15.30.
As Konyu continues to struggle, Lise continues to impress. And it looks like it will be her day at the office. 2 break points, 2 match points.
Game, set, match.
Ava Lise is into her first W100 singles final.
7-5, 6-2.
And if her form this week is anything to go by, she'll be seeing much bigger stages in this sport. What an effort. Tough to see that from Anna Konyu, clearly struggling today. But Lise kept her focus. She gets the win. And she will meet Marketa Vondrousova in tomorrow's final. Time to hear from her on court.
Your appreciation, please, for Anna Konya.
We're going to hear from Ava shortly. New introduction, she's not used to this. You're going to come and have a chat? Big win for you. You shouldn't be nervous. Not after the performance you just gave. Ava, into the W100 Shrewsbury final. You've had a brilliant week. Let's talk a little bit about the match just now. Anna obviously not feeling at her best. How tough was it for you to keep your focus?
I am enjoying playing here. I'm enjoying the time on court right now, so I was really having much fun, and I was just trying to do whatever I could to win this match, and at the end it worked, and I'm very happy with my result today.
Hitting such big winners out here, time after time, match after match. Now, a lot of people won't know you. They won't know that you've climbed over 200 spots in the rankings this year. What have been the big differences for you? Yeah, incredible, isn't it? Incredible. What do you feel have been the big changes in your game this year that have allowed you to do this?
I think overall just my confidence. I had so many great matches this year that showed me that I could really play at this level I'm playing at right now, and I know I can do even better, so I'll see where this road takes me, and I'm very excited for the next match.
Yeah, you do have one more match tomorrow against Marketa Vondrousova, who's obviously a Grand Slam finalist. What do you think of that matchup?
Hey, I'm just happy to play here. I'm going to enjoy it out there, and I'm very happy that I made finals this week. I won my last tournament, so honestly, I don't have any expectations. I'm just going to go out there and have fun and see where it goes.
9-match winning streak, and we're loving watching her. Ladies and gents, one more time, Ava Lise.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for our final match of the day here at the Shrewsbury Club, our women's doubles semi-final. Firstly, please welcome onto court Nagina Abderramova and Paula Kania-Hoden. And also please welcome Mariam Koladziova, and please welcome back onto court Margeta Vondrousova.
So for the final time on this penultimate day of competition, welcome back to centre court at the Shrewsbury Club for the second of the doubles semi-finals at the W100 Shrewsbury. Nagina Abderramova and Paula Kania-Hoden taking on the number 4 seeds, the Czechs, Miriam Kolodziejova and Marketa Vondrousova. Abigail Johnson back with you for this contest. The singles final has been set, and this woman features Marketa Vondrousova going for the double final tomorrow. The 23-year-old, her world ranking on the board there, her singles ranking of world number 121. She's just outside the top 150 on the doubles court at number 151. Career high doubles ranking achieved this year actually by Vondrousova. The number 54, her best number. And you can see that in her versatility. She's got a lot of depth to her game due to growing up competing on clay courts, but she's got so many weapons that can help out on the doubles court, as I'm sure her partner Miriam Kolodziejova knows. Couple years older than her partner Kolodziejova, and 25 years old. Doubles ranking 78, career high for her. She's peaking in those rankings at the moment, and this would not be the first title these two have won side by side if they are to go all the way at the W100 Shrewsbury. And they did take a title this season at W80 level just last week, so they are riding some serious form, these two, coming into this match. And this makes it all the more impressive really that Marketa Vondrousova is not looking more tired, because there's 2 straight weeks now where they've played right the way down the wire.
3 minutes.
And one of their opponents then on your screen, Nagina Abderramova, who's become very familiar with the UK over the last few weeks because she's played the string of ITF World Tennis Tour events staged for the women over the past 3 weeks, starting in Glasgow at the W60. And then she reached the singles final at the W25 in Loughborough last week before coming here to Shrewsbury in the doubles ranks. Her current ranking number 257, so she's higher ranked in singles, number 173. But her doubles ranking career high achieved back in 2017, number 175. Now, these singles players, though, can transfer their form to the doubles courts well, and Abduraimova has been getting in the practice on the doubles court, reached the semi-finals in Loughborough last week alongside Diana Marcinkiewicz. Now playing alongside Paula Kania, whose singles career has been put to bed. It's just the doubles now for the 29-year-olds. Her career high ranking on the doubles court achieved back in 2016, just the brink of the top 50, world number 58.
Followed by a 10-point match tie-break if the score reaches 1 set all. The team of Negina Abduraimova and Paula Kania Hodun won the toss and chose to serve.
Fiona Edwards in the chair giving you the rundown. And the Polish-Uzbek duo choosing to keep this match on their racket at the beginning of proceedings. Yeah, these two teams facing off for the first time.
1 minute.
So the first of the doubles semi-finals was actually played last night, staggered competition a little bit, and they got the showpiece match at the end of yesterday. So already through to the final, Jessica Ponce and Renata Vorochova, their number 3 seeds, who got something of an upset in quotation marks over number 2 seeded pairing Jessica Malecheva and Katarzyna Karva. They came from a set down 4-6, 6-2, 10-3, the final scoreline for the Czech-French duo. Will we see 3 Czech women in that doubles final? We're about to find out.
First set, Negina Abduraimova to serve. $15 love. Let's for serve. $30 love. $40 love.
There wasn't a mad moment to intercept from Koloseva in the forecourt. Ball just flew at her.
Outs. Game. Abduraimova.
Well, they chose to serve, and they get a pretty emphatic hold to kick things off. Abduraimova and Kania. Kanya Hoden had a pretty decent singles career back in the day. Top ranking of world number 128 in 2015.
Marketa Vondrusova to serve.
Did contest the opening round of qualifying here in Shrewsbury. Lost out to Diana Marcinkiewicz.
Fifteen love. Correction, the ball's good. 15 all. Replay the point. 15 love.
It'll be interesting to
13
see
love.
how it goes for Vondrusova out here. There's so much tennis recently. And a big win earlier, straight sets over the top seed, the world number 49, Angelina Kalinina. Could mean that she's a little fatigued, a
13,
little
15.
tired. Or it could loosen her up to come and swing out here.
Full T, 15.
A nice early take back on the drive. Not a lot of opportunity for things to go wrong.
Outs. Game. Vondrusova.
I think everyone a little taken aback at the call on the serve there. Kania and Abduraimova are saying that it was a let.
One game on.
That let was not called. And so the point goes to the Czechs, looking to win their 6th straight match as a team here.
Paula Kania-Hodden to serve. Fifteen love. Fifteen all. Let for serve. $30-15.
Steady positioning from Abduraimova
40-15.
in the forecourt. She's a very tall player. Makes for some big tennis, intimidating presence in the forecourt.
$40-13.
But it also means that if the Czechs can keep those passes low, it's a bit of a way down.
Deuce.
And here we have the first sudden death deuce of
Deciding
the
point,
contest.
Mrs.
So the Czechs opting for Kolodzeeva to take this one. Oh, what a spot from Kania Hoden,
Kania Hoden.
noting Vondrousova's rush
They lead
across
2-1.
and driving through the ball accordingly. That sharp eyesight, absolutely essential on the doubles court. Big hit, big hold.
Oh, what a spot from Kania Hoden.
Kania. Time.
Strong turnout to watch the final match of the day. Match 3 of 3 on centre court.
Miriam Kolodzeeva to serve.
Just the two showpiece events tomorrow, the singles and doubles finals at the W100 Shrewsbury.
Out 15 left. Out 30 left. left.
And getting the support from Vondrousova now, Kolodzeeva in that forecourt after she sat courtside for the entirety of Vondrousova's singles match earlier. Team on and off the court.
Game, Kolodjeva.
A seamless
Vondrousova.
response to that fiery finish in the previous game. And the Czechs just bringing
games
their non-seeded opponents back down to earth. And bringing the tempo of the match back down.
Love.
And great reach from Kania Hoden.
30 love.
You can see her just darting about on the balls of her feet, ever ready for when she gets an opportunity.
And great.
Out 30-15.
Not as much time to prepare on that occasion. Oh, it all happened there. Quality finish from Vondrousova.
30.
Great focus from the Czechs. There was a lot of movement, a lot of crossover on the other side of the court.
Oh, it all happened there.
Keeping that steady. And Kania Hoden keeping them out of danger for the time being, capitalizing on that quality serve.
Out game, Abduraimova, Kania Hoden.
And keeping it on serve.
They lead 3 games to
And
2.
not so tight a service game that time around. Big serves from Abduraimova, getting the job done.
Time.
Just waiting for a few people to find their seats. And Vondrousova ready to go.
Love 15. 15-all.
A swift cleanup with a lot of matches in back-to-back weeks. You can sense the rhythm between these two, and when your friend's off the court as well, that really just helps with the overall vibe and feeling relaxed out there. Oh, a bit close for comfort there. Forced to use the total width of the court.
30.
Out. 30-all. (40-30).
So confident with the drive today, Vondrousova. Saw that in the singles as well. That's so well watched. Bit ambitious from Vondrousova to try and lob Abduraimova midway through that point.
Receiver's choice.
She's still through the kitchen sink.
That's so well watched.
Come away with it. So this is technically a break point. Abduraimova and Kania Hodin having won the previous juice point.
Game.
Too sharp
Georgieva,
from the number 4 seeds.
Vondrousova. 3 games all.
So much credit to Kolodzeeva in the forecourt, cleaning up nicely that.
Love 15. (15-all). Out 30-15.
They're locking in here, midway point of the set. And this would be quite the time to push through. There it is, the angle on the return of Vondrousova, setting her partner up for this opportunity. Technically a couple of break points. Oh my goodness, outside edge of the line. The opposition can't believe it, but that's total quality from the number 4 seeds to get the first break of the match here on centre court. Well, in the existence of the WTA Tour, there's been so much Czech power. And over the last couple of decades as well, Petra Kvitova still going. Lucy Safarova established herself at the top of the rankings as well. Currently, as far as the singles rankings go, 5 Czechs in the top 50. A couple of Grand Slam champions in Petra Kvitova and Barbora Krejcikova. Former world number 1 in Karolina Pliskova. They know how to churn them out. And the Czechs have made their mark at the W100 Shrewsbury. We could be seeing 3 of the 4 doubles finalists marching under that flag. There's an all-Czech quarter-final in the singles yesterday when Vondrousova took on Barbora Pilitseva. Pilitseva having come past Karolina Mukova. You can always bank on there being strength in depth in that part of the world. Koladzeva looking to back up this break of serve.
$15 left. $15 all. Thank you. $15-30.
There have been moments where they've been a little taken aback by a call or two, Abduraimova and Kania Hodin, but when it comes to playing the points, staying relaxed.
Out.
And Kania, particularly sharp, really didn't hesitate to take that ball on when Abduraimova missed the lob. They had to work hard, the number 4 seeds, to keep her back in the court. And again, Abduraimova having to get low there, a little bit jammed up as well.
And Kania
Overcooked
particularly sharp.
40-30. Game, Kolejeva, Bondrusova.
And they do hang on to the advantage.
They lead 5-3.
I expect them to make this next game really tough. Abduraimova looking for first serves.
15.
And the first serve isn't good enough. Vondrousova virtually falling on top of that one. They'll take a big swing at this game. Oh, the Czechs won't miss. Vondrousova with the essential hand skills, but it was a partner who set her up with the placement early in the rally, just looking to confuse the non-seeders.
Oh, the Czechs won't miss.
Big advantage.
15-30. It's 15-40.
And the pressure has been piled on here from the first winner from Vondrousova. They've had the opposition chasing. Double set point.
Game for sets.
And Vondrousova really did damage in that final game. It was the tightest of opening halves of the set. And then the Czechs pulled away. 3 games in a row. Seals the advantage. One foot in that final tomorrow. Play to start at 1:30. Both matches to take place on centre court, and the place is going to be packed. Vondrousova with the opportunity to feature twice, still on the cards.
Time. Second set, Vondrousova to serve.
Here we go then. The number 4 seeds have won the opportunity to start this on serve. It's actually 4 games on the trot. A good reach with that streak of games for the
Love
Czechs.
15.
They know the importance of getting right back down to business here. The format of doubles with the sudden death deuce, it can swing so quickly. It was a sudden death deuce point that won the first of the 4 games in a row for the seeded players. Pinpoint in the corner.
Love 13.
Giving von Drusova a taste of her own medicine there.
Fifteen, 13.
And that's a good reach from Kolodzeeva. Pretty efficient up front so far to date. Pretty efficient.
13.
Very efficient. She kept her balance so well. So calm, confident.
Wait, please. Replay the point. She dropped the ball. First serve. Game. Kolodzeeva.
The weapon of the lefty swinger out wide,
Second set.
helping Kolodzeeva clean up even more easily. And that is a key first game to hang on to. Kania Hodin and Abduraimova making a push.
Fifteen love.
Von Drusova and looking to intimidate Kania Hodin a little there. She's been a very loose, relaxed presence on court.
Out 30 love.
No, she really
13,
is the
15.
target right now. I'm sure that wasn't deliberate, just instinctive, of course, from Kolodzeeva, but she's not being given a lot of reaction time, Kania Hodin.
Let for serve.
Sweet control from Vondrousova.
30 all.
Bouncing around with so much energy, and the doubles court has to feel so big when you've played a singles match already. She knew what she wanted, Kolodzeeva, but they didn't quite get the length on those looped ground strokes, the Czechs, that they wanted.
Game, Abduraimova.
Nice block.
Kanya Hadun.
It kept her cool under pressure throughout that game, Kanya Hodin.
1 game all.
Yeah, Abduraimova again providing the great groundwork with the serve. It's all about getting a good start on the return though. Pretty tough when the Czechs are using the perimeter of the court like
15
that.
love.
I mean, how do you answer these angles? What a finish from Kolodzeeva.
Pretty tough.
Nicely done.
15 all.
She's liked that line out here. And the number 4 seeds don't mind the line either.
30, 15.
Now that lob coming into play more and more. Leaned right through that backhand drive. Kolodzeeva got the momentum.
And the
Forty, 15.
So sharp.
40, 30.
Yeah, she read the point so well that she was moving pretty much before her opponent a connected racket with ball.
so
It was
sharp.
way up to reach.
Game, Kolodzeeva.
But the serve has the final say and keeps the winners of the first set out in front in the second.
15 all. $30-15.
Well, she's never once conducted herself like that, down a set out here. Paula Kenya Hoden. They're catching the outside edges of lines, though, more and more regularly, these two. And this is where Kenya will really be put under the microscope. 30 all. Sudden death juice rearing up again.
Out.
More angles than Pythagoras from the Czech duo.
30.
Really working the court now. They're on the winning streak and they're showing it. Double break point here.
Game.
And there it is, the set and a break advantage for the number 4 seed, serving to back it up an inch closer to tomorrow's final. Jessica Ponce and Renata Varazova, the number 3 seeds waiting.
Love 15. $15 all.
Well, they know that it could be a case of now or never here.
15.
These two, I mean, the scoring format in doubles means that there is space for twists and turns, but the Czechs have moved so fluidly together in sync.
Fault.
A second serve to try and capitalize on at 15:30. Oh, they've done well to hold on to that point. Got a softer volley halfway through that rally.
40.
But Vondrousova and Kolodzeeva are so quick on their feet that they almost
Oh, they've
managed to
done
snatch
well
that
to
back.
hold on to that point. Got a softer
Lifeline
volley
points
halfway.
here for the non-seeders.
Game.
And they'll take the first.
Kanya Hodun.
This match is still up and running on centre court.
Fifteen left. Fifteen all. Fifteen all. It's 15-13.
Well, they might have been broken back, but they're still out in front on the scoreboard, Vondrousova and Kolodseeva, so if they can put their feet back down here, focus on the fact that they still lead by a game. That's well watched by Kenya. That net cord with the potential to do all kinds of damage.
Fifteen all.
And force the reset there. No, they could have been down triple break
14-13.
point. Kenya Hodun's sharpness in the forecourt, keeping them very much alive in this game. But
Deuce.
there is that
Deciding
sudden
point.
death
Stevens
deuce to
turns.
deal with. The other team is never far away with this scoring system. Kolodseeva taking the return.
Game.
And Abduraimova coming through with the big serve, using her big weapon.
3 games all.
And we're locked at the same position we were midway through the opening set.
Love 15.
She's been so consistent. Kania Hoden. And she redeems herself there. Straight back on it. Great
15
maturity.
and 13.
Her racing to cover backs herself.
And she redeems herself there.
Bit of channeled frustration there maybe by Vondrousova. Another tight scoreboard moment. Oh my goodness. Rabbit from the
13,
hat,
14.
from the Abduraimova racket. They were down a break. Here's the chance to lead by one. Oh, wow. What a way for the breakthrough to come. It thought about it, that ball. That is brutal.
4 games to 3.
But it is so well worked by the non-seeders. They prevented the 4-1
New balls. Out 15 love.
With the new balls in hand, these balls fluff up quickly. So when they're fresh out of the can, the servers can really use them to their advantage. There's a lot of extra life in them. It's tough for the receivers to control. Obviously the flip side of that is when the ball comes back across the net, then in the forecourt it's going to be more difficult. The rhythm that these two have developed will have changed fractionally.
30-15.
Maybe starting to feel the scoreboard. This would be a 4th game in a row.
Out game, Abduraimova.
And there it is, the consolidation of the break. And 1 game away from taking us to a match tiebreak, and that can change the mentality on the doubles court, the knowledge that it's not a full 3rd set. It is the first to 10-point match tiebreak. The comeback, therefore, always seems more achievable.
Love. Love. Love.
Business-like air about von Shrewsbury in this game. Didn't flinch.
Out game, Kolodjeva.
Clinical serving.
Let second serve. Love 15. Love 30.
Well, they needed one of the first 2 points. They have both of them. Abduraimova staring the situation in the face and can't afford not to think about it. Oh, she spied it again, that opening down the line.
Love 40.
And that is 7 straight points for the number 4 seeds to get back on serve here. Oh, that is just brilliant.
15.
And Kolodzeeva looked ready to be star of the rally until this came out of nowhere from Abduraimova. Talk about all or nothing.
Oh, that is just brilliant.
Two saved.
30, 40.
And technically still 2 more to go. It would be sudden death deuce if Abduraimova can stave off this next break point. Oh, she was so desperate to get involved, Vondrousova.
Deciding point.
Might not have been the best moment. So this is break point, but it's also set point. Heightened tension on centre court.
Game.
And this set goes on.
Vondrousova.
So clean up front from Kolodzeeva.
5 games all.
The potential for the straight sets win still alive.
And this set goes on. So clean up front.
Out, love 15. Love 30.
You've got to respect the resolve here. It's been back and forth. They know this would be the worst possible time to let momentum build. And these high balls are not doing a lot for the number 4 seeds right now.
Love 40.
The opposition all over it. Immediate opportunity to snatch back the advantage. That's big. And centre court.
15-40.
And this time, let's say,
and this set goes
nicely behind the lob.
Out game.
Not quite. She was targeting a fine mark there, Kolodzeva.
Out. Love 15. Love 30.
Now they're just taking this completely in stride. Marketa Vondrousova has spoken time and time again this week about how happy she is simply to be back on court, embracing the competition. And it's the immediate break back point opportunities.
Love 40.
And the serving was once an advantage. Doesn't seem that way anymore.
Game. Kolodzeva. Vondrousova.
Tie breaks only from here on out.
6 games all. Tie break.
And these two will be hoping it's just the one. The final within sight for both teams.
One zero. Kolodjeva, Vondrousova.
And continuing on the same vein as the set so far.
1-0.
Came from a breakdown in the set, now from a mini breakdown in the tiebreak. And as the scoreboard margins have got tighter, so have the fine lines on the court. Adrenaline rush surely from that winner.
Out. 2-0. Out. 3-2. Kolodjeva, Vondrousova.
She was getting in everyone's eye line there. Vondrousova dodging around, waiting for her moment, her opportunity.
4-2.
Finally got it after this brilliant switch up from Kolodjeva. She was with the advantage heading into the change of ends.
Five-2.
Wow.
Kolodjeva, Vondrousova.
Well, we said the finish line is in sight for both teams, but particularly for the number 4 seeds. Couple of serves for it here. They just won't give up.
5-3. Kolodjeva, Vondrousova.
What have they got left here?
(6-3).
Perhaps not as
Vondrousova,
much as Kolodzeva has in the forecourt. She's been a star up there. Opportunities to close out this contest. Three match points. And there you have it. It will be two finals tomorrow for Marketa Vondrousova. What a start to her comeback. And what a week she and Miriam Kolodzeva are having. A title last week in France and the opportunity for another here in Shrewsbury. Good effort, good fight from Paula Kania-Hodin and Nagina Abduraimova. But ultimately, the Czechs were too strong at the back end.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our play here. We will shortly do an interview with the winners of the doubles there, but thank you very much for attending today. Our final start at 1:30 tomorrow with the singles final, and we look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please show appreciation for Nagina Abduraimova and Paula Kania-Hodin.
Okay, then we're going to hear from the winners. Speaking to Rose on court.
Yeah, only you. Yeah. Congratulations, both of you, on your win. So it was a very long second set, which went to a set tiebreak. How do you feel you both played in today?
I mean, it was a tough match. I think Mary played really well in the, in the tough situation. So I think it was, like a few no-ets we lost. So it was bad luck, but I think we played really well.
Yeah. And Marketa, you're in the final, in both finals tomorrow, the singles and doubles. What are your thoughts on preparing for both matches?
I mean, it's amazing. I didn't play for a very long time, so I'm just really enjoying to be back on the court and, to play with my best friend, also doubles. It's so special, so I think we're both happy.
Well, congratulations to you both. Give out one more time for Miriam Kolodziova and Marketa Vondrousova.
Into tomorrow's final, number 3 seeds Jessica Ponche and Renata Varetsova are waiting for them. But first up tomorrow at 1:30, it will be the singles final. Marketa Vondrousova herself, seeded number 8, taking on Eva Lees, fast rising 20-year-old. I've been Abigail Johnson, taking you through today and the week so far. Now you'll be in the capable hands of Candy Reid for tomorrow's final showdown, back here at 1:30 p.m. Marketa Vondrousova